Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to the special council meeting of Tuesday, April 29th. Before reading the land acknowledgement, I'd like to address some housekeeping items. When in chamber, please silence your cell phones. And when you come to speak at the podium, or all councilors when you're speaking, could you please make sure you adjust the mic so you're speaking directly in the end of it, as this is being recorded and live streamed for people at home that are watching. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetang-Washeen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect the ancestors and heritage of this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward towards reconciliation. Miigwech. May we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special council meeting of Tuesday, April 29th, 2025 be received and adopted.
I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. Is there any pecuniary interest that anyone wants to disclose at this time? Madam Clerk, I would like to declare for 6A Attachment C. I have a company that provides services to some of the events that are receiving funding from the township. Okay?
Noted. Thank you.
Okay, so may we have a motion to go into closed session?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 2:03 p.m. to discuss solicitor-client privilege, West Half, Lot 11, Concession 8.
All in favor? That is carried. We'll see everyone in closed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise and report out, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now rise, that we rised at 2:37 and did a break until 2:48, at which time we shall report on the closed session item 4B. Sean Binns, CAO, George Vadaboncourt, Manager Planners, Planning Special Projects, Solicitor Client Privilege, west half of Lot 11, Concession 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4B, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, George Vadaboncourt, Manager Planning Special Projects, and Airden Birla's Legal Counsel, Solicitor Client Privilege, west half of Lot 11, Concession 8 be received, that staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. We're now on to item 5, open forum. Madam Clerk, has anyone registered to speak at open forum?
No, Mr. Mayor, there isn't anyone registered.
Thank you very much. And does anyone in chamber wish to speak to any items on the open forum agenda?
There are no members in the gallery.
I thought it was just my eyesight. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so then we'll move on. We'll move on to reports. Item 6, reports from municipal officers. You wanted to, I believe you wanted to do 6B first before A. Is that correct, Mr. Binns?
Mr. Mayor, if we could start with the budget 6A,
Okay.
There's a quick presentation that Mr. Flannery is going to do on 6B that requires upload.
Okay. And just for clarity, Madam Clerk, because I've recused myself from attachment 6, attachment C on 6A. Do you want me just to recuse myself at the vote time on the matter, or do you want me to recuse myself when we speak to that section?
Mr. Mayor, I cannot direct you
Okay.
with respect to your conflict, so
Okay.
that is something that you will have to decide at your
Yeah.
own discretion.
So I believe what I'll do is I will hand that, because it's a subcomponent within it, that part of the discussion I will remove myself from the chair and hand it over to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Is that fine? Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Johnson, do you want to proceed when you're ready, please?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, and members of the public. Here today to finalize the 2026 draft operating and capital budget for council's approval. I'd like to give a brief overview of the process and the results of the budget and the changes. So the 25-26 draft operating and capital budget outlines a comprehensive financial strategy to sustain the service levels and infrastructure amid economic challenges such as higher inflation and interest rates. It underscores fiscal responsibility, transparency, and public engagement with a focus on bolstering reserve funds for future replacement needs. The key priorities of the budget, in working with senior management team as well, we have included delivering a responsible budget while maintaining quality services, optimizing external revenue sources, enhancing user pay activities, continuing cost reduction and efficiency improvements, and implementing priorities from the strategic plan. The budget process involved a public survey that began in September 2024, an overview in December 2024, with pre-budget approval for specific projects in February 2025, and a draft budget presentation to council in March 2025. The public engagement included online feedback and planned open houses, unfortunately, some of which were canceled due to the ice storm that happened in the municipality. The 25 draft budget proposes a municipal tax increase of 5.50%, a blended rate of 4.07% with the County of Simcoe and the school boards. This results in an annual property tax increase of $200.18 for a residential home assessed at $500,000 in the township of Oro-Medonte. For 2026, a tax rate increase of 5.26%, a blended rate of 3.98% with the County of Simcoe and school boards is proposed. And this results in an annual property tax increase of $203.35 for a residential home assessed at $500,000. Revisions to the 2025 capital program since it was introduced to council in March 2025 includes adjustment to reserve balances and community fundraising due to changes in project timing and costs. Specific projects include the purchase of the excavator that was budgeted in 2026. That was brought forward for purchase in 2025's budget due to the need for it in the ice storm that we have had. Replacement of auto extrication tools and funding for the Horseshoe Valley Tennis Court lighting. The budget aligns with the township's vision and strategic priorities, emphasizing reserve, building, infrastructure needs, and service excellence. Capital levy contributions has been a huge focus in this budget. We have brought forth the essential need for maintaining reserves and paying off debt, past debt. It's been challenging, though, to fund future replacement costs, which impacts infrastructure and maintenance. Without enough funds for future replacement costs, there's a risk of deteriorating infrastructure, higher maintenance costs, and service disruptions. So a focus on this budget this year for 25 and 26 has been to properly fund those reserves, as it's crucial for reliable services and asset upkeep. You'll notice in the presentation to council in March 2025, the capital levy is set at $7.2 million. This has been an increase of $1 million from 2024. This incorporates, though, $200,000 for debt repayments and $800,000 for capital reserves. In 26, the levy is expected to rise to $8.4 million. The capital levy is expected to rise to $8.4 million, up by $1.2 million from 25, again, to try to increase those capital reserve contributions for future replacement costs. Since the long-term plan has just been reviewed this budget year, there has been more emphasis put on this budget year's planning and forecasting the township's capital needs. There's been no consideration for how the capital budget levy should balance debt repayments without the need for future replacement costs. This oversight in past years has impacted the municipality's ability to maintain infrastructure and ensure reliable services. Current reserves are insufficient for future expenses at this point, and there is a large funding gap. So adjustments are needed, and the focus, like we have mentioned, in this 25 and 26 budget has been a stronger focus on capital reserve contributions to mitigate that funding gap. The budget also addresses the implications of the ongoing delay in property tax reassessment by MPAC. It's still, the assessments are based on a 2016 value, and so that's had an impact. Residential building activity and growth pressures. The township's multi-year budget policy guides the preparation, approval, recalibration, and mid-year adjustments and reporting processes. And that will need to be looked at when we do the 2026 budget recalibration. The Municipal Act requires that council readopt the 26 budget year, again, when that happens. So the rate that we have at 5.26% township rate at this point may be adjusted due to any adjustments required when we recalibrate the budget at that time. So again, long-term financial planning and maintaining reserve fund balances are crucial for the financial health, and properly funding reserves ensures reliable service and prevents infrastructure deterioration. Overall, this budget aims to balance immediate needs with future planning, ensuring the township can continue to provide high-quality services and maintain its infrastructure effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. And I think that's important. It's you know, what you've done is you've went scratched down far below the surface to make sure that we're planning not just for today, but for sustainability moving forward. And you know, it's that attention to detail that's important for us to be a successful municipality moving forward. So, is there any questions for Ms. Johnson in regards to her presentation? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you very much, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Ms. Johnson. Thank you very much for the overview today. You specified in particular the need for properly funding our reserves, and that we do have a significant gap at this point. And I just wanted to perhaps make sure that we're very clear on the reason for that gap, or where we are currently. You had mentioned that there was oversight in the past. So do I assume from that this is from a historical perspective of just not planning for reserves properly over a significant period of time? Versus something that perhaps is impacted just during this term of council. I want to get this clear because there's some misunderstanding, I believe, in the public's eye as to what's happened with our reserve funds. So I'd really like to get that clarified. Thank you.
Mayor Greenlaw, through to Councillor Hutchison, if I could maybe try to answer that. I think what we're seeing across the province is really the lack of long-term financial planning as it relates to asset management, hence the need for asset management plans, the long-term financial plans that have now been mandated by the province. And this isn't, you know, as we've alluded to in our budget presentations, this isn't an Oro-Medonte specific issue. I think it's everywhere in the sector, and it's really, you know, due to the focus on a number from a tax levy perspective. It's paying for years and years of 0% tax increases when there's always been inflation. So costs always continue to go up. But historically, I mean, that was really the focus, is on the tax rate and not having that longer term view of what's required to replace infrastructure as it moves forward. So, you know, I think as Ms. Johnson has alluded to, what we've put forward is a strategy to make headway. There's still a fairly significant gap. If you'll recall the graphics that were presented in the first presentation, and as we refine our asset management plan in 2025, we need to talk about the levels of service that we provide and our ability to pay for those levels of service. So longer term, that's how we bridge the gap, is we're going to need to put more into reserves, but we're also going to need to look at, do we have the right levels of service, and can we afford the levels of service that we have? Because that gap is significant, and you just look at the implications of inflation, right, over the last 5 years and what's happened there. So only putting in, you know, the equivalent of 3% when inflation has been 5%, we're not getting further ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting that so clearly so everybody can understand the illustration of the why around the tax increase in the levy and the need for these reserve funds. And I would say we also have the unknown of tariffs and how that's going to potentially impact the cost of equipment and goods as we go forward as well. So thank you very much.
And there's a lot of unknowns right now that are out there, including we don't know exactly what the funding support from the province is going to be at this time for the municipal recovery assessment. So, yeah, okay. Is the ice storm report loaded now? Are we?
Mayor Greenlaw, it is, yes.
So did you want to move to that now, or did you want to?
Oh, we're already in the middle, that's right. Mayor Greenlaw, we've started this line item, but maybe for, I think, council's benefit, we're talking about some of the uncertainty and for the public. There is a report that's just been uploaded for 6B that speaks to the expenditures, and we'll get into that in more detail in the report. But in essence, we're projecting costs of an order of magnitude of $6.5 million for the recovery. So those are unbudgeted expenses that, as we've alluded to in the April presentation, there is potential for recovery through a provincial program, but it has an impact on our financial planning and the discussion around reserves and being prepared. And Councillor Hutchison, you spoke about the uncertainty of tariffs. There's significant uncertainty as to whether or not the township can recover those expenditures, and also uncertainty with these significant weather events. Today's forecast is another example of some of the short burst, high intensity weather events that do create significant changes operationally and the need to address those changes with budget. So Mayor Greenlaw, I think it is important just to have that order of magnitude context as we have these discussions, and I'll draw the attention back to the discussion that we had on the last budget presentation, is that the budget is a plan, and there's a number of things that are going to come forward and happen that we need to come back and look and reprioritize. So as we move through, these are all going to be things that we're going to need to continue to manage. And as Ms. Johnson had alluded to, as we come into the 2026 budget deliberations, we're anticipating doing that in the fall and having an updated 2026 budget adopted by council prior to the end of the year, and even that window is not that far from now. So I'll just provide that context, and we'll provide more detail on the emergency response in item 6B.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you for that update. I think it just ties together much better, that people understand the magnitude of the unknown right now, just specifically in regards to the ice storm. Okay, so do we want to move on to the attachment B of the budget?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of approach, there's a number of ways that we can approach this. As Ms. Johnson alluded to in her report, we have included a number of the additional requests from council on the environmental associations and conservation authorities summary. There was a request for the breakdown of the centralization of IT expenses. There's two revisions to capital projects, and there's the grants and subsidies. So if I could suggest an approach, you've received the budget presentation, you've requested additional information. If there was any additional discussion or consideration direction from council as it relates to those items that have been brought forward as attachments, perhaps that could be a starting point, and then we do need to go through the grants and subsidies and the allocation of that line item.
Okay, so I do think and I'd have to pull it up, but the environmental fees in regards to, I just want to make sure that what we're doing for consistency is of the the different categories that we're supporting the ones that are mandated, and to be consistent with the first 2 years of this term. Because there was some unclarity on that, and that's why I think we need to be concise on.
Your worship, that would be attachment B of the staff report. And if you're referring to what we've done in prior years, you'll see the table at the top of the page that breaks down the different categories. We haven't, last year we didn't do the Category 3 non-mandatory program for the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. That is currently in the draft budget before you for consideration. So if it was council's desire to be consistent with the approach in 2024, that currently is in the base budget and wasn't provided for in 2024. I believe everything else from the conservation authorities and the Severn Sound Environmental Association reflects what was done historically, and I'll maybe just defer to Mr. Spagnol to confirm that.
Thank you, CAO Bins. Mayor Greenlaw and Council, that is correct that from a consistency standpoint, the Category 3s as identified within Attachment B for the NVCA were not funded in the 2024 budget. You'll notice that there is some Category 3s from the LSRCA. That's all part of the memorandum of understanding that the township is currently involved in with, and there's some spillover of Category 3s from educational standpoint that they do. That's tied to the Category 2 non-mandatory, that is related to the Lake Simcoe Protection Act. So there is a little bit of spillover from the LSRCA, but that's all tied in with the Category 2 non-mandatories, which is the Lake Simcoe Protection Act. Councillor Mayor Greenlaw, CAO Bins is correct in the statement that the $28,794 identified in Schedule B could be considered as Category 3s. And again, I'll just reiterate that those Category 3s were not funded by the municipality in the 2024 budget. So if council were to take that approach, that would be consistent with last year. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any comment from council members in regards to that? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to summarize what I think I've heard. So Category 3, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority was not budgeted or funded in 2024, and the current build of the 2025 budget does have those Category 3 items included in the base budget currently. Just want to summarize so I have a good understanding.
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Clark, that is correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, I just wanted to move on for a moment, and forgive me, I wasn't present for the last discussion due to medical inconvenience. So Severn Sound Environmental Association, it sort of bridges Category 2 and Category 3, both of which are non-mandatory. Which of those are budgeted currently, I would presume? And I'm seeing heads in agreement. Okay,
Yes,
and
yes, they are.
so are they things that we have to do, or are they things that are optional?
I can start, and I'll maybe defer to Ms. Jacoby on this. So we did have a bit of discussion on the SSEA and some of those programs. So you'll note in the table the source water protection. So that is a legislative requirement. So they do provide that service on behalf of the municipality. Sustainable Severn Sound and some of the water quality monitoring for Bass Lake are non-legislated or non-core, and as such would be discretionary.
Okay.
Mr. Kobe, please.
I can add some information about source water protection. That's a program, Mr. Binns is correct, it is legislated. It covers work we do in environmental services with municipal drinking water wells. It also covers the septic inspection program as part of that as well, which is in development services.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you very much. So then the sustainable Severn Sound component of 12,900 and the inland lake, Bass Lake 1751 sums are therefore optional. That would be correct. There's no mandatory obligation under source water protection or under any of the acts to.
Mr. Binns?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. That is correct, Deputy. I don't know that it's as simple as just simply opting out of those services, because they would have some fixed staff costs that likely are distributed out to those activities. So it would probably require some discussion with the SSEA. There has been discussion with a number of our counterparts that are part of the SSEA around those services and what that looks like. And I know that certainly Councillor Hutchison may be able to provide some additional commentary on that, but it has been something that has been brought forward and I think is under review by the member municipalities.
Please.
Please, Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, thank you very much, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Definitely a lot of conversation around the table at the SSCA with the member municipalities as to these questions in particular, and when we're really looking at budgeting and what is it that we're getting for it. So I know that with the SSCA, they are putting a lot of time and energy into being able to explain and sort of met out the different costs in such a way that municipalities have a better grasp as to what it is that they're getting for their investment. I would speak with the Bass Lake Inland testing. We have blue-green algae issues in Bass Lake. It's our one inland lake, and these funds do cover that monitoring and the information that goes out to the community with regards to the health of the lake and whether it's usable or not. So at this point, I think I would be in favor of continuing that service. And then I do believe that by this time next year, the SSCA is going to be better equipped to sort of strip out information and to answer questions on a sort of line-by-line basis.
No. And Bass Lake's one of those unique situations where the entire lake isn't shared with any other municipalities. It's all within Oro-Medonte, right? So, and I think the other comment I'll just add, and Mr. Jacoby could confirm, is the services that with source water protection that Bass Lake provides, and would be mandatory to fill those services within our own staff, which would be likely a larger drain on our budget, correct?
Yes, Mayor, I would agree with that. The source water protection is also our risk management official, is through the Severn Sound Environmental Association.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you. And just further, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, with regard to my comments, some other municipalities have looked at trying to do this on an a la carte sort of service and costing out what it would be for the municipality on certain programs, and they did not find that there was going to be any substantial savings.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you very much. That's valuable. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues on council. I just want to make sure that we're in agreement with the new assumption underlying the budget that we will support the Category 3 non-mandatory services from the NVCA.
That we will or will not?
Because currently,
yes,
the 28,000 is built into the budget, whereas last year we did not provide that funding. So I just wanted to make sure that that was what council's will was.
Yes, Mr. Spagnell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think I'd just like to offer just that the the category threes were included in this budget because those were the requests that were provided by the authorities. So really, it is up for consideration and discussion of this council whether or not this council wishes to include those category threes. So that's why staff included those requests in there, because there was not any discussion on those specific matters, and those matters were also raised at the previous meeting where the budget was tabled. So just to clarify, that's why they have been included as an appendix to this report.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think just to respond to the question of clarification that Councillor Clark is seeking, my line of questioning was simply to establish that we were committed either through alternate legislation or through programs that required that we do some of those functions. And from what I gather from the conservation, like Simcoe Conservation Authority and the SSEA, is those funds are either required by alternate legislation or are impractical to service from different service providers, or are committed by way of the, we've done it, we did it last year, and therefore we should continue this year because we're almost halfway into the year. However, I think with the NVCA, insofar as we didn't fund it last year, there's no expectation of it being funded this year, so I would classify that money as being on the table, if you will. So I'll leave that comment that way for now.
Does that help clarify, Councillor Clark?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm just curious to hear what my other colleagues say.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Councillor Schell, who's our representative on the NVCA. Do you have sort of, what would your experience be with the NVCA in the fact that we did not fund their category 3 last year? Did that create some hardship for them, or do you feel if we go ahead and not fund the category 3 again this year for NVCA, that would not be an issue for them?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Through you, or through the mayor to you, it would be difficult. They need all the funding they can get for the programs that they run in the category 3. They didn't have it last year. Getting it this year is an asset, which is going to help with their programs. Without that, they'll have to cut programs that are important programs out there for the community.
Thank you. Does that suffice your answer? So I think what we need to be clear on is are we doing the category 3s? The challenge was in the first year of our term was trying to identify an offset that existed, which was, I believe, 40,000 that got removed, which came with an explanation that it was too confusing or difficult to articulate, therefore we're taking it away. So that 40,000 offset kind of got removed without necessarily a justification, or I never got full understanding of the justification. Therefore, you know, we didn't receive the 40 offset, but then the 23 is, and it's not a negotiation thing. I believe in being consistent, that if we're not tied legislatively or by other policies, that category 3 from the provincial government was not to be supported. So, or did not have to be supported. So I think, you know, it's up to council to decide, do we continue to support something that's not mandated, or do we not? So that's the question before us. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're faced with a number of uncertainties, and I would almost be prepared to suggest recessing to hear the ice storm update out of this portion of the agenda, and then come back to this discussion, because I believe that there probably are areas of grant and subsidy that might make more sense for the community than this $28,000 that that is on the table with the NVCA. So I don't know, I put that to the floor to see if we want to break with procedure and hear what the consequences are of the ice storm and what the implications are to our budget. So I don't know.
No, and that's fair enough, Madam Clerk. I'm gonna, if council, we need to break from procedure, we would need a 66% support of council to go and then come back to and to continue this discussion. Are you fine with that, Madam Clerk? Okay, so if everybody's in favor of breaking procedure, I need a 66%. So all in favor of breaking procedure to question, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious as to, does the results from the ice storm actually change the calculus on the current proposed budget? Because if it doesn't, it's a backdrop, I guess, to the budget procedure, but it's not going to fundamentally change the results of the budget process. I don't believe.
My suggestion is to seek that clarity.
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask the support of breaking from procedure.
Mr. Mayor, may we have a
Motion.
mover and a seconder?
Okay, yeah.
For that motion.
Mover, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, seconder,
Okay.
Councillor Clark. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's passed. Against? Thank you. So that is passed, Madam Clerk. So can we move to the update in 6B in order to have some better clarity before going back to...
If we could just have a minute, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor. And then our funding outcomes related to the ice storm.
It's not outcomes, it's, I would just say funding options. Or
No,
funding,
yeah,
Just leave it.
just funding.
Okay, so Mr. Benz, do you want to start us off under 6B, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Again, I apologize for putting this on desk. We've been trying to quantify the expenditures related to the ice storm response. The report before you today provides a summary of the actions. You'll recall from the April 9th presentation at Council, we did provide a fairly comprehensive overview of the evolution of the ice storm emergency response, and have since followed Council's direction. A formal letter was sent to the Minister of Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on the 14th of April, advocating for funding for residents and businesses as a result of the ice storm response. Following the last update on the 9th of April, our teams and contracted services have continued to work tirelessly 7 days a week to address the hazards with trees and debris across the township's roadways and public spaces, and have made significant progress. So if you think back into just driving a number of our roads a month ago, and it is literally night and day compared to that response. A lot of work has gone into getting us to where we are today. On the 22nd of April, because of that work and being able to address the significant hazards, we were in a position to lift the emergency declaration, which was enacted on the 30th of March. So what we wanted to do today is to provide an overview of where we're tracking for expenditures. You'll see in the report there is a summary of costs incurred to date, broken down by department, as well as a future outlook on anticipated future costs. As I alluded to in 6A, that order of magnitude is tracking around $6.5 million. As we've outlined in the report, there is a province through, or program rather, through the Government of Ontario called the Ontario Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program. That program is administered through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It does require activation of the minister and has a set of prescribed criteria for which the town or reimbursement of emergency responses could be considered. The eligibility requirements require an experienced, sudden, unexpected, and extraordinary natural disaster. That the municipality must have costs over and above its regular budget that can be clearly linked to the disaster and must be equal to or greater than 3% of our tax levy. So for Oro-Medonte, that's approximately $780,000. It requires a resolution of council, and there's a prescribed claim process. We need to detail all of our expenditures and submit the documentation of the ministry within 120 days. And as we've alluded to previously, we have been doing that in building the basis for the application. We've met with provincial staff on multiple occasions to better understand the program and ensure that we're well prepared to submit. And that has been an ongoing process. We've also been working with our neighbors and understand that the municipalities of Barrie, Orillia, Severn, Romero, as well as potentially the County of Simcoe, will be looking to pursue the MDRA program. So when we look at the program requirements, as I mentioned, we're tracking about $6.5 million in expenditure. If the program was activated and the township's application was considered, we may be eligible to recover just over $6 million, which would leave the net impact of about $500,000. Again, there's some significant risks around the application being approved and the minister activating the program, but we're actively pursuing that and have been since the last update to council. The other thing I'll highlight, you may have seen some correspondence from Hydro One with respect to a 2025 ice storm recovery grant. Not a big ticket amount, but it's $10,000, and we did submit an application through that program. When we're looking at the risks in a contingency plan associated with the costs incurred and tracking, we have been exploring options for a debenture through Infrastructure Ontario. Those details have yet to be fully confirmed in terms of the terms of that debenture and what that would look like. However, given the order of magnitude, the extraordinary nature of the expenditures, and some of the uncertainty that exists, that would be the recommended strategy that we'd put forth. Again, we would need to better understand all of the details and are suggesting that we report back to council with what that contingency funding plan would look like. That being said, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, we did think it was important to get back before you to highlight where we are from a financial perspective. Mr. Flannery does have an operational update, a few slides to share with council that will highlight our response to date, but I'd be happy to take any questions as it relates to the report on desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benz. Mr. Flannery, if you want to proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just give a minute here to load the presentation. Thank you. Thanks, CAO Benz and members of council. Just a quick update here operationally. We've wanting to provide a quick status update. This is sort of a brief, high-level breakdown of our approach to the response and cleanup. We've sort of viewed that through a couple different phases. We find ourselves now sort of in the phase 2 of the response. So phase 1 was sort of the first immediate response, all roads closed, all parks, trails closed, with the goal of assessing the hazards, determining the priority locations, and providing some access, at least through one lane, through our roadways. As we were able to get all of our roads accessible in some fashion, we sort of transitioned into the phase 1B, where the goal became to now get 2 lanes at least fully open, and then be able to communicate to the public that those roads were open for use. On the parks and trails sides, they again at this phase sort of remained closed, while crews focused on the rail trail and the higher usage parks, and really significant hazards. From there, we transitioned into sort of where we are now. We find ourselves here in this phase 2, where we're the focus is again with roads. They're officially open and 2 lanes accessible, but there's still significant hazards along the roadside, along shoulders, hangers along the sides of the roads that wouldn't allow us to meet MMS or minimum maintenance standards. In the parks and trails side, again, similar focus is removing hazards, hangers, and inspecting play areas before determining that individually they could, essentially move into phase 3. So phase 3 is sort of where we're looking to go. We're about a month here, I believe, almost exactly, and we've made significant progress. So here's some visuals of what phase 2 were to look like. In terms of road hazards, you can see that the first sweep often is just quick removal, make sure the road's accessible, and move on. So these pictures here would still now not meet our phase 3 standard. Some of the visuals will really just help the council and members of the public understand the expected level of service here. So these images, the top couple there show still, hangers above the roadside. The road shoulders themselves are not clean. There's some, debris even kind of protruding out onto the road here and there. So none of these. This is sort of again where we're at in terms of the cleanup, road cleanup. We are looking at around 2 to 3 weeks. Until we can kind of officially move into the phase 3. Next slide. Parks and trails here again, being in that sort of phase 2 of the response and cleanup. You can see multiple hazards here, hangers above playgrounds, noting significant losses to trees, making sure those are removed. The image on the right, it's any of the open space areas, not just necessarily the play spaces, but any open space area where you have hangers or leaning branches, as you can see there, all of those need to be removed before you can officially deem a park open and arguably move that park, say, into stage 3 or phase 3. Next slide. So here's again where we anticipate moving. So as like I said, with terms of the roads maintenance side of things, we're looking to move into this phase in the next couple of weeks, and you're going to see the images here show what now is really referred to as deferred maintenance. So the imminent hazards have been removed at this stage, but as you can see in the images, there is still a significant amount of debris and brush present. The shoulders themselves are clean, are clear. They can meet a minimum maintenance standard. The road themselves is clear. There's no hangers above. There's no wires below. They would meet a minimum maintenance standard. But that will take, the remainder of what you see, though, is months and months of cleanup. And is sort of beyond the initial emergency response. The couple of pictures on the right are parks, so that people again can understand. You are going to see piles like that in parks for a while as we move to, once the hazards are down and on the ground and stacked and put aside, then crews will move into now removing them. But that's during the phase 3. When they are at least safe to use and open, then the long-term cleanup begins. So just wanted to provide some visuals here so that people can understand what to expect here in the coming months. It was a fairly significant storm, so as much as we've made a lot of progress, we just want to make sure that people have an understanding of what level of service is to come and the level of cleanup that still remains.
Perfect. Well, thank you. First and foremost, thank you and your team for the amazing job you've done. Where we are today versus where we were a month ago is significantly in a much better spot. Not quite a month ago, but a month ago this weekend, I guess it is, right? So, if it's 2 to 3 weeks for stage 3 to be everywhere, could you give us just kind of, if we did this only with our staff and didn't bring in because we brought in significant amount of contract work, just so people understand the scope of the damage done, how long would it have taken us to get to where we are today?
Through your worship to members of council and the public, that is a very tough question to answer. I don't know other than to say, months and months and months and months, if not a year or longer, to get to even where we are today. Saying that we're moving into, about to or shortly move into kind of the phase 3 of the response. We've had upwards of 40 crews on a daily basis that are external to our own, operating within the municipality, and doing so with equipment that we don't have, with skills or expertise that we don't have in-house or employ. I don't know if I have a good answer to that. It would be significantly longer. The use of these crews have been essential. They have sped up our response time significantly, and they've done quite a good job as far as we're concerned.
No, and I agree with you 100%. But unfortunately, the reality is there's a cost that comes attached to that, and which takes me to my next question. So under the perfect scenario of $6 million plus and the recouping, we would still be on the hook for likely $500,000 from a municipal standpoint, which would be, to use round figures, would be 2% increase to the tax levy. Would that be correct?
Be just under that.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. So that is the significance, and that's why I think the deputy mayor brought forward that he wanted this as a backdrop to kind of say, you know, the ultimate best case scenario is we're still going to be on the hook for $500,000 that wasn't planned for, and which takes us to the other component of the importance of building our reserves up, because these are things out of our control that we can't prepare for or predict. So thank you. I think it's a good job that we understand that. And I guess the only other point I would say to council is, as we have, Shannon's team has done an extensive amount of work in the last year trying to get everything back up to snuff. We will be looking to recalibrate and revisit some budget issues, specifically that would address attachment C in the presentation and attachment B. So, whatever decisions made here today, I think we may be better being on the conservative side of caution, because playing catch up is very costly and hard to do. So, is there any other comments in regards to Mr. Flannery or the CAOs? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions, one for CEO Binns, but I'll jump over to Mr. Flannery first. Just so I understand it, Mr. Flannery, that up until this point, we've used some 40 contractors to get where we are at this point in time. Is that going to continue? Did I miss that? Or well, I know we have staff, and essentially you could work actually until the end of the year, until the snow flies, I suppose. And but we will continue to contract companies to assist us, I guess, in the cleanup. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Young, it was sort of up to 40 different crews. So I think the most was 6 or 7 different companies, but multiple crews per company. And we've already begun now cutting back substantially the number of crews that we have retained, and by the end of the week, I think we'll be down to maybe about 10. But we do still look to employ them over the next couple of weeks, like I said, as we still finish out phase 2, trying to still get parks open. Again, that's sort of the phase 3 for a park, is it's open. The rail trail, for example, still has a contractor there. We're hoping to have that open by the end of the week fully, and hoping to get at least a couple more parks. I know baseball wants to start as of May 7th. We're still using some contractors in some areas here over the next few weeks. And then we'll sort of look to really significantly reduce and move into phase 3.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. I got another question for Mr. Binns. Yeah, Mr. Binns, you indicated that there's significant risk in terms of applying to the government disaster fund. What are those risks, so I understand it?
Well, I say, let me qualify significant. I think significant, given that we're talking $6 million. I think the risk is we're subject to an application process that isn't a guaranteed outcome. So as we outlined, it does require activation of the minister, and then there is a formal prescribed process, and all of the expenditures are subject to that scrutiny. So whether we were able to recover our full submission or not, I mean, there's uncertainty to that. I think we're well positioned to submit our application. And as Mr. Flannery alluded to, the objective is getting us to that stage 3, which deals with the hazards. And that certainly aligns with the objectives of the funding program, that the funding program will not cover things like the deferred maintenance and cleanup of some of those things that are non-priority. So that's what I mean in terms of the risk, that there is some uncertainty that we may not get the funding. And if we don't get the funding, then we do need a contingency plan of how we're going to fund $6.5 million of unplanned, unbudgeted expenditures.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
And just the one thing I will add to that is the tornadoes that touched down briefly in Angus and Barrie did not get the funding. So there is no guarantee, and that's why, you know, I applaud staff for erring on the side of caution, especially when it comes to budgets that we're, you know, trying to ratify today, is that we don't get ourselves too far out over the tips of our skis where we end up in a bit of a predicament that is going to be very hard to get out of. So, Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Mr. Flaherty. Can you give the public well, first of all, I don't think our crews are in the normal business of doing tree removal. So can you give our public an idea of how many qualified staff we would have on hand of ours that could do this job?
Through your worship, you know, we don't technically employ any arborists. We don't have a single internal arborist position. We luckily employ one by default in a different role, but we do heavily rely on the expertise of external contractors and arborists. But that's to determine level of hazard, priorities, and, you know, disease assessments, et cetera, things like that. But for general cleanup, I mean, we have, you know, really all of our roads and park staff are capable of performing cleanup duties with regards to wood debris and using chippers. Most of them are chainsaw certified. We bring the trainers in-house to do that. So we do have lots of skills in-house for the cleanup. It's things like we don't employ, again, the arborist for the proper assessments or thorough assessments. We don't employ climbers. We don't really have bucket trucks to get hangers, remove those. So all of that kind of stuff, we have to rely on external candidates or contractors, but our crews are definitely certified for the general cleanup, use of chainsaws and hand equipment. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, and I think it's a good question, Councillor Schell, because at the end of the day, the size of this township, with the size of this weather storm we incurred, it's not just the bodies, it's the equipment that we need and the volume of equipment. So it's an unfortunate thing, and hopefully we never see another one in not just the term of council, but our lifetime, right? So, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody for what they've done and for how long they've had to do it. You know, thank you very much, Dylan, for all the work that you and your crews have done. And Ms. Johnson, thank you for, you know, having staff record the events that have taken place by way of keeping track of the Treasury's interests in this regard, because ultimately, if we can't prove it on paperwork, it didn't happen. But I do have a couple of questions with regard to, I think, first of all, to clarify that the minister has not made such a declaration yet.
Not that we're aware of, Deputy. As you'll recall, we did request that. We haven't had a formal response.
Okay, thank you very much. And at what point do we have a sense of, like, is it phase 3 where at that point, since our roads are open and our standard of service is being met, that any further cleanup wouldn't qualify for disaster relief just because it was debris that wasn't really interfering with the undertakings of the township?
That is correct, Deputy. So as Mr. Flannery alluded to, we're a few weeks out, which is now where we were able to forecast where we're going to land. So we're at the point of, as those costs come in, then we'll continue to submit our application. But we're getting to that point where now it's just a process of compiling the necessary documents. And in fact, one of the requirements is for council to pass a motion specifically around the submission of the MDRA application, and that is part of the draft motion before you today.
Thank you very much. And I guess my final comment would be just, if I'm the provincial government and I'm looking at this and I look at the devastation from Wasaga Beach or Collingwood area through to Peterborough, I'm triggering hundreds of millions of dollars in costs if I announce that this disaster relief is available. So by way of risk, I would just remind everybody of that. And certainly both the federal and provincial governments will be under considerable pressure to provide relief for jobs that are lost through tariffs or other economic turmoil that could happen. So personally, I think, we should take a prudent route at this point and plan for the worst. So I'm looking forward to our plan B as to how we fund this when such a plan is available. So thank you very much.
And that's your responsibility, Shannon. So buy that hat with lots of rabbits in it, right? So no, I think that it's great comments, and I think the one thing I do want to make clear for clarity for the public is we did send a letter asking the province to declare a natural disaster for Oro-Medonte specifically, and that does not necessarily affect the funding the municipality can apply for. It's not for that reason. The reason we asked for it to be declared is in order that it would release the funds that could be applied for by residents, businesses, and nonprofits. So it was in order to help out the residents of Oro-Medonte and businesses of Oro-Medonte to get hopefully some sort of relief that their insurance companies don't cover. So unfortunately, we have not got an official response yet, but we remain hopeful, but as time passes, it's less likely to happen. So just to clear that up, so that's fine. Is there any other comments or questions on this matter? Because if not, then Madam Clerk, could we have a motion to receive the report?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shall. Be it resolved that the correspondence provided by Sean Binns, CAO, re Ice Storm 2025 update be received and adopted. That staff be directed to seek financial assistance from the Province of Ontario through the Municipal Disaster Recovery Assistance Program for expenses incurred as a result of the ice storm, and that staff submit the required documentation to support the request for financial assistance prior to July 28, 2025. And that staff report back to Council on funding related to the Ice Storm 2025 emergency response.
Okay, thank you. Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried, Madam Clerk. So we'll now return back to 6A. Attachment B is where we'll pick it back up. Is that fine, CO Vince? So I think what we need to kind of have a decision on, or people need to understand is category 3s. Are we, although it was not supported in the first 2 years of our budget, will we be supporting it this year and next year? Now understanding the position we're in with the multiple unknowns at this time, I myself think we need to stay our static. We got to stay the course we have been the last 2 years without taking on more expenditure until we have some answers. And just so everyone is aware of, we will be recalibrating the 2-year budget within 8 months, because we will be having the budget report come back to us before the end of the year. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So So now that we're back to 6B, is there any other comments in regards to that item? Seeing none. So just so when I guess what you need from us, CO Benz and Shannon, is are we staying the course of the first 2 years, or are we adding this incremental expense on attachment B, correct?
So to be clear, Mayor Greenlaw, we need direction from council as we've alluded to, it is in. If you would like it out, we just need that specified, and Ms. Johnson and I will keep a tally of that to record as part of the resolution for adoption.
Okay, no, thank you. Did you have a question or a comment, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm just looking at the NVCA budget from 2025 that was approved, and our apportionment for that was $237,343, whereas on attachment B it's indicated as $250,000. I was just wondering if I could get some clarity on the discrepancy from what I'm seeing from the NVCA's official budget and this document.
Sorry, to be clear, Councillor Clark, the 24 or 25?
25 category 1 draft budget from the NVCA.
For clarity, Councillor Clark, are you looking at the budget package?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at the NVCA 2025 draft budget and our letter that is attachment B from our agenda. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, there could be the difference between the draft budget and the actual budget for the NVCA, but it'd be interesting to see where that additional $13,000 came from the Nottawasaga Valley. I wouldn't expect you, the staff, at this time to know the difference as to why there is a $13,000 increase.
Councillor Clark, it's going to take us a few minutes to look into that. So maybe if I could suggest, Mayor Greenlaw, if we could come back to that specific item.
Okay.
And I think the grant and subsidy requests will take a little bit more time. Perhaps we could walk through attachment D and make sure that there was a level of comfort on that. I think that was just for information. But there is the auto extrication tools, which again, it's just a new project that's been introduced with some funding made available through Republic Live and Burroughs Creek. And the last one was a request coming from council to increase the municipal funding for the tennis court lights. So we do require direction on those items.
Okay, so while you look that stuff up, let's move to attachment D, and then I'll hand the chair over when we deal with C at the end. So the centralization of IT expense and summary, was there any questions in regarding to that? I think it's all fairly straightforward. Okay. The auto extraction tool, that's all fairly, and that was with Burroughs Creek or Republic Live contribution. Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, just want to clarify, because it says due to the impact of U.S. tariffs, but it would actually have to be Canadian tariff. If we're buying from an American supplier, the goods would be Canadian tariffs, not U.S. tariffs. I just want to confirm that that's the case.
I believe it would be. The chief's not here, but yes. Sorry, Chief, if did you want to comment on that?
Could I get the question again, please? Mr. Mayor, through you, the auto extraction tools, I just want to clarify, due to the impact of US tariffs. In this case, I believe we'd be buying the equipment from the States, and the tariffs would be enacted by the Canadian government on the goods being imported from the States. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Clark. So as a recent update to that, that was the initial thought process. Now the distributor, MES, that we are looking to make a purchase through, they are the only distributor in the province of Ontario. They are also members of Canoe Procurement Group. So what they actually did do is they did get ahead of this purchase and they did buy a bulk supply. So the amount that you do see there would be minus the additional tariffs that were anticipated to be on there.
Supplemental?
That's fantastic. So what is the estimated actual cost? Is that the 57, or does the donation cover it?
So no. So the 57 would be the actual cost. The donation of $25,000 was anticipated to be about half, but just due to the increased costs that we're seeing across the board and all the equipment that we purchased, there is a bit of an additional $7,000 there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any other questions regarding that? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Chief. When you say, excuse me, you bought them in bulk, how many sets is that? Is that per truck or per station, or the bulk end of it?
For sure. So through you, your worship, to Councillor Young. So the Oro-Medonte Fire and Emergencies itself has 5 sets of auto extrication equipment. The bulk component did come through the distributor, just trying to get ahead of the tariff side of things. So our call volume on an annual basis is about 650 calls a year. The motor vehicle collisions are the highest percentage that we do run, which encompass about 25% of our calls. So the last set that we're looking to replace does come from a set that's about 25 years old. So it was anticipated that being able to upgrade these tools to be consistent with all the other tools that we have in place was certainly beneficial to our residents and obviously the visitors to our area.
Yeah, thank you. I know there's a number of fire services that are putting on auction the old equipment now, and you can still buy them, and I bought on old sets myself, so thanks.
No, thank you. Any other questions on this item? None? Okay, so let's move to attachment F, which is the Horseshoe Valley Memorial Park tennis courts and lighting. Is there any comments or questions regarding that? Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just one of the justification for the lights, other than it's dark. But I mean, how many times is that court going to be used, and how many people are actually going to be used it? I can only assume that there's some reports been submitted, a proposal submitted for justification for the lighting, but I have difficulty with spending that kind of money on what may be deemed a bit of a luxury item, and we don't know how often it's going to be used. They're going to be used. I can just think that that kind of money can be used elsewhere in the township or in a ward.
No. Well, thank you. Dylan, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Young, I don't have necessarily have any statistics about what the increased usage would be, other than the fact that they, the main request is to have an extended, number of hours you can play in the evening specifically, if not in the morning as well. I know there's a number of programs run out of the tennis courts that are full, and they'd like to expand their programs and can only do so really with a few extra hours at the end of the night of accessible time.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just so I'm clear, was a report or justification presented to you for the lights, or is just a one-person request?
Through your worship to Councillor Young, it was we met with the leadership of the tennis club, so it was it's through them more specifically for the lighting. The other maintenance is with the turf maintenance there, that's something that you have to do repetitively every few years. But so the lighting was in addition to request, and specifically from the leadership of the club.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery.
Yeah, no, and I think there's it's a quite a active court, and I think maybe Councillor Hutchinson can help you out with some more clarity.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. To Councillor Young, we did speak to this at the last meeting when we were covering the budget. So just a little bit of a background with regard to this request. The club itself has been operating, I think, for about 20 years, and we're very heavily involved in raising funds for the original tennis courts, and they have also raised an additional $13,000 for these lights. They've requested these lights, I think, over a number of years now. And I believe the budget did come forward to us previously where we were going to take a portion from reserves and then we were going to ask for more funds from the tennis club. But that has been reconsidered so that the difference between the $13,000 that has been raised by the efforts of the club and the $65,000 would come from reserves.
52, yeah, okay, that's a problem. Sorry, did you have a follow-up question, Councillor Young?
Yes, I did, Mayor
Okay,
Greenlaw.
please go ahead.
It's a comment, Mayor Greenlaw. I wasn't here for 2 meetings due to illness, so I may have missed that discussion, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay. And supplemental, Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, and that's okay. I mean, I'm sorry that you missed the conversation, but I did want to sort of address it's heavily used. The tennis courts are heavily used, and this will enable the club to expand its teaching programs into the evenings, so that they can meet the needs of the tennis community.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schell and then Councillor Clark, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Could I hear what the numbers are for that? I haven't heard it, or I don't recall it.
Okay, and the if you could just maybe more specific what numbers you're looking for.
Well, the cost, what the cost for the lighting. How much are they asking for, and how much are we giving?
Would you like me to
Please go
answer
ahead,
that, Mayor
CAO,
Greenlaw? It is
that
in
would
the finance report on page 6. So the project funding is $65,000. Was originally proposed in the draft budget to be split between the township and the tennis club. As Councillor Hutchison alluded to, the tennis club has committed $13,000 to offset, and the contribution has been augmented to increase the contribution from reserve to 19.5. So essentially, the tennis club would pay 13,000 of the 65,000, and the township would pay the remaining share.
Yes, thank you. I asked the question because it's not up on the screen for the public to see.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Flannery. Was this sort of service enhancement called for as part of our Parks and Rec master plan?
Through your worship, Councillor Clark, not that I'm aware of off the top of my head. The focus was on increased usage, maybe of a similar sport in pickleball, and but I don't believe that was noted in the Parks and Rec master plan.
Thank you. Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, maybe to Dylan. So are the courts in fairly good shape so that this is a good investment into the future, or is the surface going to have to be repaired soon?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bard, yeah, there's also a resurfacing project in the budget here as well, listed as a separate capital project. But again, that's I sort of referred to that before. That's a routine every 5, 6, 7 years kind of maintenance. You redo the acrylic surface at the top so that you enhance the longevity of the whole of the court itself, and you don't have to redo all the asphalt, et cetera, underneath. This would be, I believe, the second time that it would be due the court now for the minor resurfacing. And so, yeah, you're still looking at decades here now. If you that type of maintenance along the way, you still get decades out of this court.
Yeah. Supplemental?
Thank you. And is this a surface that people could use for something other than tennis? If people aren't playing tennis, like kids could ride their bikes around in there, or is this exclusively for tennis and gated and locked? Or
through your worship of Council Bard, yeah, it is controlled access, and not an area that we, direct other users to go use for other purposes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Roz, my apologies. I didn't see your hand there. Please go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Council. Just to provide some additional information to what Mr. Flannery said. So there is between the tennis club and the public, keep in mind that these courts are also open to our residents as well. So you can either be a member of the tennis club and have kind of dedicated access during their time, but then the general public can also gain access by purchasing an access pass through the township. So between the club and the access passes, we probably have about 200 people who utilize this amenity. And so not only will the tennis lights help the club themselves extend their playing time, but it will also extend the time available to just our general public and our residents who are looking to use the courts. And then to answer Councillor Bard's question about allowing other uses onto the court. So we take great pride in the tennis court at the Line 4 Park. It's our best tennis court in the township. We do have some other ones in a couple of other locations, but they aren't to the same degree as at Line 4 Park. And we really do owe quite a lot of thanks to the volunteers at the tennis club who help us to maintain and ensure a good working tennis courts. They, put up the windscreens. We work quite collaboratively with them. So because we take great pride in those courts, we don't want to allow the surface to be degraded in any way by skateboards or bikes going on that surface. So it actually helps to prolong the integrity of the acrylic surface by not allowing other uses on the court. But, if, let's say, for example, tennis were to not be popular anymore, it could be used as an alternative court space. But I think we have a strong tennis club and people in the municipality who still play tennis, even though pickleball is very popular. There is still a very large proponent of tennis players in the municipality. So by adding the lights, it will extend their playing season, not only, from May when we open the courts until usually about October. So once the time changes, the sun goes down quite a lot earlier. So they'll be able to extend that playing season, not only the number of months that they're able to play longer, but also during the nice weather as well. So I think it's it will benefit not only the club but also our residents.
Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn, for those comments. And Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to my members of council. I think we have to remember that we also are approving a budget that does have funds for pickleball courts to be put into the Line 4 Park, and at the tune of, I believe, $2 million. I could be wrong, Dylan. Perhaps you could correct me if I am, but I think as well, from the tennis club standpoint, there's been no ask of the pickleball community to pay any portion of the development of those courts, whereas the tennis club has been in operation in the township using the Line 4 Park for, as I said, a number of years. They've put significant amount of time into raising funds for the lighting and the ongoing maintenance of the course, of the courts, and running the programs. And I think there's a sense of unfairness that there's another sports community not being asked to contribute funds and receiving state-of-the-art courts, whereas the tennis club, as I said, they've done a lot of legwork as well on helping the township when it comes to pricing the work and the electrical and the equipment for the lighting as well. So I just wanted to put that out on the table, that we can't forget that we are looking at approving a very significant spend on pickleball.
Perfect. No, thank you for those comments. But that's great. So we've discussed this. Did you have another question, please, or comment? Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you. This will be my last question. I don't want to get too much in the nitty-gritty of this, but Ross, 200 members, as I've heard, how much of an opportunity is there for members of the public to get tennis court time on that? Is it monitored by anyone? Again, I would think with 200 local residents there that there might not be much space, I guess, or opportunity for the members of the general public to use the courts. That just makes sense to me.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Young. So we work quite closely with the club to establish a schedule. So there's a dedicated schedule for the club use, and then there's dedicated time for the public use. And so we make sure that there are equal opportunities for both club members and residents who have the access pass to have, opportunity in the morning, during the day, in the evening. So they certainly don't have a monopoly over specific times. And then I should also mention that the club also offers lessons, and you don't need to be a member of the club to benefit from their lessons. So if you just want to be an Access Pass member and, use the courts, in those open times, you can. And you can still get lessons from the club without actually having to join the club. But there are lots of benefits from joining the club as a member. They have, different coaches that are available. They have social activities. So, that being said, there is benefit from joining the club as a member, but not all residents need to join as a member to benefit from the courts.
Okay, thank you. What's the cost of joining as a membership? I'm just thinking of those that can't afford it.
So for the township's Access Pass, I believe it was just increased, but I think it was about $25, and that's for the season. So very, very reasonable to access the courts. And let me just look up the township, Oro-Medonte's, the club's fees. I'm not sure if they've released them for this season. Give me 1 second. So for Oro-Medonte tennis membership fees for 2025, a single adult is $80, a couple is $130. So that's 2 adults living in the same household. A family would be $150, so that's 2 adults and up to 4 youth. And then you can also get a youth membership, which is $30. So again, even their membership rates are, pretty reasonable considering the benefits that you get from joining the club.
Okay, thank you very much for all that information. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no more comments or questions regarding this item? Okay, so the vote will come as everything is a package at the end. So unless somebody is vehemently against it, I guess we are accepting what's on paper at this time. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through you, My only comment is that we have a Parks and Rec master plan. That's where the demonstrated need for the pickleball investment was from. Everyone had the opportunity to participate in the Parks and Rec master plan. If we're going to have a policy and procedure in order to make investments, I think for the most part we should try and follow that. But in this case, there's obviously a need in the community, and council will consider it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So that's F. Now we'll go back to B, and then we'll wrap it up with C. Is that fair enough? Are we ready with the B now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll maybe defer to Ms. Johnson to answer the question with respect to the NVCA summary.
Ms. Johnson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councillor Clark. Could you just repeat your question first so that I can then respond to it directly?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 2025 NVCA draft budget has an operating levy, which would be category 1 for Oro-Medonte, listed as $237,343.27. And obviously attachment B has category 1 from the NVCA at $250,299.
I wanted to first show this letter. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm just bringing up Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority's letter just for ease of review. So I see the total amount. I see where you're saying the category is broken down. The total 279, and then this 26,000 plus the 2,235.45 is what we have broken down into this category 3 to come back to the 279,093, which they have requested a total of.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Bard answered the question that it's the capital levy, the asset levy.
The asset levy
in addition to the category 1 fees that gets us to the 250. Thank you very much, Councillor Bard, and
thank you,
Ms. Johnson. Thank you so much.
Councillor Bard. Thank you.
Okay. And then, is there any other discussions? We'll need to have clarity on that, on a decision on attachment B. Are we supporting the additional request that would not be consistent with the first 2 years? It's a category 3. We're not mandated to do within the policies of our support of CAs. Councillor Bard.
I'm for all levels of protection for the environment in this situation, and the watershed report card looking at the system as a whole. So I personally am in favor of keeping it as is, which is including the category 3 addition that is not mandated.
So you're asking for the additional funds that haven't been supported in the past to be supported moving forward?
Yeah, I guess it's a matter of semantics. I'm supporting what is proposed in the budget as it stands, which includes things that were not supported in the past 2 budgets.
Okay, no, thanks. Any other comments, questions regarding this? So, Councillor Schell.
Yes, I too agree. Even it was put into the budget, I think it should stay. And we take a look at what's happening in our environment today. Recently, we don't know what's coming down the pipe, and Nottawasaga Valley Conservation are out there with their finger on the pulse. They're trying to prevent watershed problems, and they need all the support they can get.
Is there any other comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Sorry. No, it's okay. I simply want to comment. I'm not in favor of supporting things at this point in time that aren't, an obligation of the municipality. I'm not quite certain, I guess, in part what we're getting, but maybe that's my responsibility. However, I don't support it. We haven't supported it. There's not an expectation for it, so.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, the only thing, the concern I have is you know, the questions that have come forth when they did have the time to come and present, which was, you know, some time ago. We need to, they couldn't answer it, and to me, it's like they just added it on again after the decision was made before. So they're coming back with the same package with no further explanation or clarity as to the necessity for that. So I just would caution everybody on this matter. So I think, Mr. Binns, I'll let you comment as well, but I want to know how we want to break this down. Are we going to vote on everything as one motion for all attachments? Or are we going to do them individually? Because I will have to do C separately, because I will not be voting on that matter. So
C will need to be pulled, Your Worship. My suggestion is to vote on this one specifically, and there is maybe an alternative. I'll throw to council as well, that in the request from the NVCA was that they were requesting consideration for an MOU, so it is something that could potentially be left in and then be brought back to finalize what the terms of an MOU would look like, if that was council's desire. So I would suggest one of the two, either a vote now to provide the direction to either leave it in or take it out, or direction potentially to come back with the terms of an MOU.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you,
Councillor Young.
Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. So has it been since 2023 that we haven't had an MOU with the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority? Do we know the timelines on that?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Clark, I believe it's been a lot longer than that. I think, from my recollection, I think the date was 2019, or it might have been before that. But when the province came forward with the category system, it kind of set the MOU aside, and it was up for renegotiation at that time. But I know it's been some time since there's been an effective MOU in place.
Thank you. Supplemental, if I may. The reason why I asked whether it was 2023 is because we've seen, you know, almost a 31% increase in our fees for Category 1 services from the NVCA at the same time, under the same time frame. From the LSRCA, we've seen a 6.5% increase. So one, you know, I would think they provide the same services. Maybe they provide them at different scales, but their cost structure should be very similar as they follow the same prescribed regulations. One is asking for a 31% increase over a 2-year period, and the other is asking for a 6.5% increase over the 2-year period. So that's not a question related to Category 3, but I think it bears, you know, repeating that there are some fundamental questions that I have about the NVCA and their ability to provide the services that our residents are expecting from them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just think that it makes sense, to me anyways, and prudent to not include it, given the reasons that have been put forth here, that we don't know what the ice storm is going to cost us at this point in time, but as has been suggested, I suppose it could always be entered later as an MOU. Listen, I just want to comment on before we move on here as to whether or not we should be voting individually on these other items here, and I would request that they be voted individually, as I intend to vote no on one particular one.
Any other comments at this time? Mr. Spagno.
I thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just to confirm, the MOU expired in 2016, and it was 2022 that the province required MOUs with respect to the categorized system that's in place now.
Thank you for that information. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, before I will hand the chair, but just before when I do come back, unless you'd like me not to, but I will ask. Are we set up that we can, rather than ratify the budget all as one, to do it by attachment? Is that?
I think it's council's desire to do it by attachment.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's the best way, rather than create confusion for the public, to do it that way, for
Perfect.
clarity.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we've now covered off everything except attachment C, and I will hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Dubois. No, we'll do it all after.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Madam Clerk and members of council. With regard to this, perhaps we could get an explanation. I think at the bottom of the category there's a indicated allocation. Oh.
We can't see the whole thing on the screen. So the allocation is 44,000.
Oh, there we go. So at the bottom of the, yeah, I see it here now. Thank you. So at the bottom, there's a $44,000 approved amount allocation that's currently in the budget that it has, and some of it, I think none of it at this point has been allocated?
Correct.
That's correct. Okay.
That's correct, Deputy.
Thank you.
Mayor Dubois.
So council, would you like to proceed line by line? I'd also ask staff if they have any comment on that.
Thank you, Deputy. Maybe if I could for council, just to kind of provide an overview of past practice and how this has been walked through in the past. Typically, council would look at what was allocated in the prior year and then use that kind of as the starting point and then work their way through kind of organization by organization. And we'll keep a tally of both the grants and subsidies. There is a $44,000 allocation currently. If we were to add, then that would obviously be an incremental add to the budget.
Correct. Okay, thank you very much. And currently we have, if we go by the approved amounts of 2024 and we were to carry those forward, we would have an amount of $32,900 set against a budget of $44,000.
Correct.
Okay, so there's, yes.
With a request of $163,000.
Correct, yes, yes. Yes, Councillor Bart, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. But subsidy requests are included in that as well. So we really only would have an extra $6,000 to make up. So I think we would have $37,617.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To staff, have we confirmed that applicant under Code O has met the requirement of what we would typically have for a grant? They're obviously asking for a large sum.
There is a reference. I don't believe they meet the grant and subsidy requirement. There is a prescribed component of providing a direct service to the community of Oro-Medonte. Although they do provide that service, it's not directly linked to the grant and subsidy. Outside of their application, I mean, it's hard to be able to determine all of the criteria, but I don't believe it meets the requirements of the policy.
Thank you, Sean. I would request from council that we exclude their ask at this point in time, just on the basis of not fully being able to link their services to the benefit of residents of Oro-Medonte.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I also note that there's 3 other new asks this year, and given our uncertainty, I think perhaps we should just be looking at the requests of, excuse me, organizations that we have supported in the past and decide how we want to continue to support them, and perhaps just not entertain any new requestors this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Would it be reasonable, council members, I just put the question to you on the floor, to just work with the request, not the approved amounts of 2024 initially? Anybody have a concern with that 32,900 that was previously approved for the budget year of 2024? Councillor Bard.
Sorry, maybe I was zoning out a little bit here. We're just starting with this and then we're going to talk about it later, or are you saying should we just stay with what was previously approved?
I'm proposing that as an initial starting point, and then if you have asks above that, then we could talk about that later. Councillor Schell, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy. Through you to either Ms. Johnson or Mr. Binns, and for the public, could you define the difference between grant and subsidy?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy, to Councillor Schell. A grant is an actual donation to the organization, and a subsidy is an in-kind donation through subsidization or covering a facility rental.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good question. And you're just filling in those amounts now, I see. And I guess the one organization that's absent from this list would be the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, because they are on the budget in some other fashion. They're a part of a different... Okay. Do you have a question, Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Deputy. Through you to whomever can answer this. I know that the Really Lake Country and the Chamber of Commerce came to do a presentation to us under the grants, and they made their application for a grant, and neither one of them are on the list. Now, if they've been put somewhere else, then why would they have made that request for a grant? But are they getting a grant, and who's administering it?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I believe Ms. Hewitt wants to respond to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Council. Both Aurelia Lake Country Tourism and the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce requests are included within the corporate services budget. It was noted at the bottom of the materials that were presented in March that they are included there. They are considered, they did present because we requested that they present, but because they are delivering services that traditionally could be delivered by the municipality, they are treated somewhat differently, and their request package is also different than what the grant and subsidy organizations would be submitting.
Thank you very much. Supplemental, Councillor Schell?
Right, so I understand that, but that's not following tradition. If you take a look back historically, the grants have always been decided by council, and now all of a sudden it's changed. And I don't know who made that change. Who's responsible for that? It didn't come from council that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Deputy, if I could maybe comment on that. I think it is following the traditional approach. All of those external organizations have always made presentations to council. In fact, this past year with those external organizations, there's more information that's being provided. So we have standardized that process. And as Ms. Hewitt alluded to, it is a change. Just it's always been under the Corporate Services Department. It stays under the Corporate Services Department. The only difference is that now there is a standard format of how they submit their information, no different than the grants and subsidies. So that discretion is still council's discretion, as is everything in the draft budget before you.
Right, and that would be included elsewhere in the budget and would show up elsewhere. Yes, thank you very much.
So you're saying that council made that decision?
What I'm saying is that it's included in the draft budget, and that's the decision before you, is that all of the draft budget that we presented in early on is what is before council for their consideration of adoption. So if council wanted to do something outside of what we presented or put together in the draft budget, that's really before council to make that determination today. It's not part of what we're reviewing. It's part of the grant subsidy package. It's part of the economic development budget.
Maybe I'm confused here. We're talking about today, and I'm talking about the last 2 years and the 2 years prior to that.
Yeah,
we made the decision at council.
Correct, and we continue to make the decision at council, which I think is CAO Bin's point, and that the other point being that the two other entities have always been in the corporate services budget and continue to be there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? Good. Are there any changes then that people would like to see with regard to the 2024 approved amounts now carried forward into the 2025 approved amounts? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I'm seeing that there's $6,000 there that's been budgeted for, and I think we need doctors, and I'm wondering if we should just split that $6,000 between Barrie and Aurelia. That's a starting point that I'm thinking of starting a discussion with.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good comment. Councillor Clark?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, to sort of echo Councillor Bard's comments, I think we do have a doctor shortage in Ontario. Ultimately, it's the province's responsibility for healthcare, and I think they've enacted some policy changes to the benefit of solving that problem, in the sense that they're opening up medical school spots in Ontario, they're opening up residency spots in Ontario. So I'm hopeful that in the long term, we will have and meet the needs of our community in terms of number of physicians, and, you know, as part of that, it's also the specialists, it's the anesthesiologists, it's the OGBYNs, in addition to the family doctors. So I think that's a short-term problem, that we don't have enough physicians in Ontario, and we are seeing communities across Ontario bid after each other. Our neighbors to the north in Aurelia just announced a $500,000 spending program to attract doctors to the area. That ultimately helps us. Having Aurelia spend that money helps residents of Oro-Medonte, because we go to their hospital, just like we go to the hospital in Barrie. I think it would be wise to help address the short-term problem by spending the money to recruit physicians to the area. I think we're uniquely situated in Barrie in particular, because we have an uncapped family health organization, meaning that if we can show the need that we need additional doctors, they can join the family health organization, which allows a doctor to have access to other specialists. So the patients of that doctor have now become part of the network, as instead of, you know, a pay-for-service doctor that may or may not have those relationships with the appropriate specialists. So Barrie is very well situated, and I also like to think that if we can attract someone to come here to start, they're going to realize it's a fantastic place to stay and to live and to raise a family, and to spend hopefully the rest of their careers in Oro-Medonte. So I think it's a worthwhile investment in the short term, and I'm hopeful that the provincial government's solutions for the long-term problem will take care of it in the future.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Excellent summary. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you to both my colleagues at the table here. I appreciate that. On behalf of the Aurelia recruitment, I agree 100%.
Okay, and Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just noticed that when I was reviewing this previously, the Mariposa House Hospice at 24 was 12.5, and it jumps to, that was 24, 225 is 42.5. Why the dramatic increase? And I see it drops down to 12.5 again in 26. Why the dramatic increase in 25? Justification for that?
Deputy, if
Yes.
I could comment on that, that was part of their January presentation. So if you recall, there was a 4-year commitment initially for the capital of 12.5 for 4 years. That was fulfilled in 2024. And this was another one-time for capital associated with some of the capital enhancements, and then another request for 12.5. And again, this is another one that those hospice services are provided by a number of organizations as well. There's one in Midland that provides service. There's Gilda's Club in Barrie. So I would just kind of provide that context to council as well, that there are a number of organizations that provide the same service that we don't provide funding to. The original commitment was 12.5 over 4 years.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't really challenging the amount. It's just this is obviously a very worthwhile organization, given what their mandate is, as well as the other ones that do the similar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any further comments? Could we distribute that 4,700 or whatever amongst the physician recruitment initiatives, if it hasn't already been done on the spreadsheet? Plus 1/2 of cell. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Right. Thank you. When you have a chance, just scroll down to the bottom line so we can all see it. Yes, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Well, while we're waiting for the spreadsheet to update, I'd just like to, further hit home the point that I think we should revisit this conversation about physician recruitment for both for Barrie and area physician recruitment in 2026. In 2007, Oro-Medonte Council gave $15,000. Adjusted for inflation, we're not giving anywhere near that on a population growth percentage on a dollar per capita. We're not giving anywhere close to what we used to, and the crisis is most acute right now. So I think it's worthwhile. I'm not asking for a 5-year commitment or anything like that. I think it's a worthwhile, at least 1-year commitment to look at that again. And when we go to recalibrate this budget in 2026, as I said before, I believe this to be hopefully a short-term problem with the provincial government's changes to the education system for medical students in specific. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. I agree. I mean, I hate to see municipalities bidding against one another for resources. I do think that that's a fool's enterprise. It's the situation we find ourselves in because of however the health system is funded, but there we are. And I think when we get through the instability of this year's next 6 months, we'll know a little bit better, and we'll have a better budget for 2026 with hopefully some stability in it. But yes, so thank you. Is that it for comments then? Are we okay with this segment? And we could recall the mayor for his chair duties. CEO Binns, please.
Deputy, if I could, we didn't receive a submission from Rugby Hall, although we've received a submission from Rugby Hall for the last 19 years. So I'm not sure the reason behind it, whether there's been a change maybe on their hall board. So in the number that we did roll up, it did include a $2,500 allocation for the Rugby Hall. I would suggest that we maybe hold that as a placeholder because it has been something that we've funded historically. So it doesn't change what we've just discussed. I just want to highlight that we hadn't received an application, so we can hold it maybe as a placeholder, and we'll follow up with the Rugby Hall.
Thank you very much. Very considerate. Okay. Well, are we completed with this attachment?
We're done with C, right?
And if we could confirm the subsidies as well.
Oh, yes. Councillor Clark?
I guess I will start off with a discussion on the subsidies. I think these organizations provide not only cultural heritage, but a tangible good to the benefit. So I would, because these are in kind, obviously there's staff time involved in fulfilling these hall rentals. But I think to the Images Tour, for example, it's something that is well recognized within our community, that I think a large number of our residents and visitors from outside of our community come to. And the great thing about it is that it's township wide. So I fully support providing the subsidy requests of all three organizations.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on the subsidies? No, seeing none. I think we're finished with attachment C. Okay, please, Councillor Bard.
Deputy, if I could confirm, yes, and maybe suggest a process. We have two ways of going about this, and just maybe before the mayor assumes his chair, but we can either vote on each of the attachments formally through resolution. We didn't do that with any of the other attachments on the budget. My suggestion would be to have the vote to record the direction and then follow up with the formal adoption of the budget, but it's up to council in terms of how you wish to proceed. We can proceed with each attachment through a formal resolution with a mover and seconder and go through that process, or we can just take direction through a vote and consolidate that in the formal adoption of the budget. So looking for direction on that.
I think I'm in favor of the latter of the two. Provide direction by way of a vote, and then you can consolidate. Okay. Are there any other comments with regard to that procedure? No? Councillor Clark?
I agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll take it that way then.
So could we call a vote for what's before you for the grant and subsidy?
Yes, please. Oh. Councillor Clark.
If I may, I think my preference would be to vote on this last.
Oh, okay.
The reason for that is obviously there's other topics that may change the amount of potential funding that is available to some of these organizations.
Okay. All right.
But if you guys are willing to vote on this first, colleagues of mine, then that's okay.
Okay, so then we should bring the mayor back for all of the items and then dismiss him again under his recusal for the final of them, but they would then be voted individually by resolution because the mayor can't participate in the aggregated amount.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so I think even though we cannot comment on somebody else's conflict.
Correct.
I think
I'm
it
just
would be
looking-
courteous of us to remind that when Schedule C comes up, that there is a conflict.
Okay, thank you very much. I will should we take a momentary recess to discuss that with our absent council member? So that he understands the process? Would it be okay to take 5-minute recess to permit that? Okay, we are
Yes.
at 4:57, so let's say 5:05 for the sake of roundness of numbers, which we all appreciate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're on 6A, and we will be pulling attachment C to be voted on separately. Is there any other attachments that needs to be pulled to change? Otherwise, we will be approving as it's laid out under each attachment. Councillor Hutchison.
Attachment B, Environmental Association and Conservation Authority summary.
Thank you. Okay. Any others? Councillor Clark?
Attachment F, please.
F. Okay. And any others at this time?
Attachment F?
It's already been called, but that's fine.
I'm sorry?
It's been called.
Which,
Okay, no
one,
problem.
which one was that?
So the
F.
two, there's
Okay.
two we'll be polling. It'll
Just wanna
be
get him.
B and F. So can we have a motion now to pass which would be attachment A, D, and E, please? Or, yes?
We do have to come back to A because it would be subject to any.
Okay, so, well, then, shall we discuss those two that have been asked to poll, and we'll take it from there. So we'll start with attachment B. The floor is now open to discuss the matter versus what's in the deck. Councillor Hutchison.
I would support not including category 3 for Nottawasaga Conservation Authority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, that's what's on the floor. Is there anyone who's not in agreement with that? Be it Councillor Schell?
Yes, I'm not in agreement.
Okay, and Councillor Bard, you're not. So what we'll do is we will have a vote on whether or not we remove category 3s from the funding, well, the motion is that we will remove that. And Madam Clerk, do you need to read a motion before we vote on that?
Yes, and may I have a seconder for the motion? I have Councillor Hutchison as a mover. Councillor Lavoie, or Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Okay, and when you're ready, Madam Clerk, we'll hear your motion and then we'll call the vote.
Okay. We're good. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that attachment B, Environmental Association and Conservation Authority summary, remove category 3 in the amount of $28,794 for the MVCA and VCA, sorry.
Okay. Everyone heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So that will be the amended component, Madam Clerk, when we vote on the entire package, correct? Okay. Now let's move to item attachment F. I'll open the floor for discussion and comment. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just think spending that kind of money on lighting, and when you look at other wards in the township that don't have as many facilities or very little facilities, and again, I suspect that money could be put to better use than lighting. I think of, again, other wards such as Moonstone that has very few sporting facilities, and certainly that money could be used to perhaps create a baseball diamond, whether either in another location or up in Vasey Park, that would get much use out of it. So that's my reason for not approving the use of $50,000 for lighting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dylan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to members of council. Councillor Clark had a question earlier, and I just wanted to, now that staff had a chance to look it up in the background here, given that break, to clarify. In the Parks and Rec Master Plan, it does note to consider adding court lighting to extend playing time for tennis court users in that location, and work with the tennis club to fundraise or explore other options to cover these additional costs. So it is noted in the plan, and I just wanted to put that correction out there.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Dylan. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comment would be I would like to see the original budgeted amount, 32.5. If we had that initially budgeted, it's part of the Parks Master Plan to have that. I concur with my colleague, Councillor Young. We're adding approximately 720 hours of usable court time, 6 months, give or take 4 hours a day on average. Because obviously in July it gets dark very late, and I don't know if anyone wants to play tennis at 11 o'clock. But for that reason, I would suggest that we go back to the original agreement of 32.5 between the reserves and the fundraising efforts.
Okay, question for Mr. Flanagan. How many pickleball courts are we building?
If the plans are not necessarily done at this time, Your Worship, but given the location, you're probably only going to get about 8. It would be the maximum that we could get to fit the space that we have in that Line 4 park. So I believe 8.
In number of courts at the site that's looking to obtain lighting is it a court, 2 courts?
Yeah, correct. The tennis courts there's 2 courts, and they're directly beside the proposed pickleball court site.
I think something we need to take into consideration is we're trying to enhance a 2 courts that in a very busy used area, and the cost of building 6 courts of pickleball, and whether it's pickleball, tennis, whatever it is, it's just the cost and the land that needs to be obtained. So what we're trying to do here, I think, through the master plan is to enhance a high volume used tennis facility with lighting that will allow it to have a longer operational time to accommodate more residents within the township. So I think, we also have to look at it from that perspective as well. It's something to consider. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to my colleagues. With all due respect for the population up there in Horseshoe, you guys do a lot of stuff. You're a big, good community, and you get a lot of stuff because of it. The rest of the municipality doesn't look at it the same way. There's a little bit of resentment there, be it good or be it bad. But let's think about, you're talking about lighting, and we talk about the lack of lighting we had during the storm. If we could take some of that money and put it into Generacs at some of our local communities centers, that would be a benefit to everybody, and it would provide light when you need it, and heat, and pumps water to pump the water out of the basements and protect our facilities.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Mr. Flannery. The pickleball plans, do they include court lighting?
Through your worship to Councillor Hutchison, again, the plans are not yet done. We merely have a concept. But not able to answer that, but it is the intent that they will. So, if you're looking to see if there is any possibility that within that project, given the proximity of the tennis courts to the proposed sites for the pickleball courts. Is there a possible, a bit of sharing between the lighting side of that project? Possibly, but it is the intent of the pickleball project to have lighting, but the project's not yet designed.
Supplemental?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. And it's just more of a comment, and no disrespect, but we're looking at approving a $2 million budget for pickleball, and we haven't got a we don't have a fleshed out plan yet. So that's just my observation. I mean, we're talking about, a spend here of $50,000 versus $2 million. I'm just having a little trouble getting my head around the approval of $2 million when we're having this debate around 50 some odd $1,000.
Thank you for your comment. Councillor Clark and then Councillor Young.
Thank you. I think we should get away from the commentary around us versus them. This community gets this and this community gets this. I think we should get away from that. I don't think it's productive. I mean, every ward, I think, has things that other wards would like to have and doesn't have things that other wards have. So, we have to look at this as a township-wide thing, and there's a facility there now that's well used, obviously, by the people that are closest to it. You bring up a great question, Councillor Hutchison. Should we approve a $2 million capital expenditure? We have not yet done that. That's kind of what we're discussing as part of this budget plan. And if you told me, well, maybe we don't do lights and maybe we don't do the pickleball court, I could have an ear for that. But we're now down to the edges. And the budget that was originally presented was for them to get a $30,000 subsidy towards those lights. And now we're saying it's $52,000. I think that's the issue that I have is, hey, the budget was for $32,500. Let's go with the $32,500, and they have to come up with the additional funds. But if you want to have a wholesome discussion about the veracity or the, ability for a community of our size to invest $2 million into a pickleball court, we could have that discussion. There's nothing saying we can't.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Clark. This is the beauty of the process, is that we can have these conversations, and the beauty of the process of seeing the budget draft and then welcoming questions back from the public, and asking for more and seeing if we're able to look at that as a council and approve it or not approve it. And I do have to echo your comments as well, because I do represent Ward 1, and I too say that we should not be discussing one ward versus another and the haves and have not. We're a community of wards, and I think we have to look at it in a community spirit when we're having these conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think at the end of the day, where the population is most dense and largest, it's likely going to see more services and recreational facilities and activities around it. It's common why Tier 1 municipalities have multiple multi-pad rinks and we have one single pad rink. So I agree. We don't want to get into the discussion of have and have-nots. Let's focus on the numbers and the budget and how we're going to come to a resolution as a council. Councillor Clark.
If I may offer an alternative, would be that we try to include the facilitation of the tennis court lights within the project of the pickleball court. Anything that's above that $32,000. Because really what we're talking about is the delta between the 32.5 and the 52. So if that can be absorbed into our $1.75 million pickleball design, then we've decided we want that pickleball investment, and then the tennis court, benefits from it as well.
Mr. Benz.
Mayor Greenlaw, if I could, just to provide clarity on the pickleball project. project, there is an allocation for the design in 2025 and then construction in 2026. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that if we do that, it would defer the 2025 port lights to 2026.
Any comments on that?
Yeah, I think I love tennis. I actually do not like pickleball. Believe it or not, I like tennis. I do not like, this isn't I'm a pickleball guy. This is, I don't want to hold the mic here for a long time, but I think there's a community need for tennis courts. There's a community need for pickleball. I think if we have to wait 1 year and then the pickleball club or the tennis club doesn't have to fundraise that additional $15,000, maybe that's a decision that the board of the tennis club might like to hear if they have that option. I don't know them as well as you do, Councillor Hutchinson, but to me, I think that's a fair compromise. We budgeted some amount, they came back and asked for more, and we came back with a compromise saying, well, what if we waited a year?
Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I thought you forgot about me. 3 questions ago. Mr. Flannery, is there anything planned for Moonstone in terms of tennis courts or pickleball this year? Just to echo Councillor Shell's concerns, that there is a perception out there or reality that the Horseshoe Valley area seems to get everything. And I understand, I heard your comments, Mayor, but there is a feeling certainly out there that they are ignored financially. So if you could just advise me if there's anything forthcoming so the people that are watching this have some hope.
Through your worship to Councillor Young. Not in 25 or 26 projects, no, but in the longer term, yes. But there's nothing in front of council today, no.
Perhaps the perception is reality then. Thank you.
CAO Benz.
If I could, Mayor Greenlaw, I think it is important that early on we spoke about master plans guiding capital, and we do have a Parks and Recreation master plan that took in input from 24,000 residents all across the township, and that certainly is considered in the recommendations from that capital program. Spatially, if you look at the distribution of projects for parks, the master plan was very heavy on the development of community parks. Moonstone Community Park being one of those parks, there's some development happening there, and that'll be part of a design and enhanced facilities for the Moonstone community. There are projects in there for Vasey with the concession stand and washroom upgrades. There's capital that's spread out across the board, but it really is being driven by the master plan. But there are only so many funds, and that's where we need to look at leveraging some fundraising. There's some other projects that'll come before council, the Shanty Bay Wharf. For example, you had that report, and there'll be another report that's coming before council for some direction on that. It's a larger scale. But I did want to just highlight that context because that's how the budgets are built, and it's really from those guiding master plans, looking at how much funding that we do have available for projects. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's important, Sean, that the people in Moonstone understand that, because again, they don't see what's in front of them, so to speak. They don't understand why there's a perception or reality that Horseshoe Valley area and other places or other wards are getting, I guess, for the most part. But again, it's based on population that what are, in terms of being able to install facilities or create facilities. And I think with a 68 proposed new subdivision going in there, that which is several years away, I would expect that would somehow contribute perhaps financially to beginning to or continuing to install recreational facilities, et cetera, for the people up there.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. My only comment, a couple of comments, I suppose, but my first and foremost comment is I really do think we should be considering ourselves as a township. I'm not at all in favor of any language that perceives us to be splintered groups of wards fighting for one another for resources. What we have before us in considering this matter is making a decision as to whether or not it's $32,000 or $52,000 or whatever that split was, and finding a resolution to that if there is one. We have an existing facility and we wish to enhance that facility. And when it's somebody else's turn to have an existing facility enhanced in their ward, we will do that, in my mind. I don't see an issue here as to why we should be banging our heads against one another because we have some sort of fiefdom concept of wards. So those are my thoughts on that matter. So it's the difference between 32 and 52. How do we split that? Do we put in half the lighting this year? And would that be useful to the tennis club? I could see that, and that would keep us within the budget. I don't know whether it would provide an adequate level of lumens. I don't know if there's a standard for the amount of lighting that's required, but I would invite us to seek answers that are not divisive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I agree. This is not about us and them, it's we. So let's, this is an enhancement of a facility that currently exists that has high traffic flow, and I think that we need to look at it that way. And it's a lot cheaper to do this project there where they've already helped raise funds for than to go find land to build a whole new tennis court on its own. I'm sure that's much more expensive. So, I think we need to get to a resolution one way or the other in this, and I'll take any last two comments and then we'll call the vote. CAO Benz.
I was just going to offer a suggestion, Mayor Greenlaw, that this is funded from the reserve, so the incremental difference would be coming from the reserve. It doesn't have an impact on the levy. One thing council could consider, and we've done this in the past with a number of organizations, is there's a commitment from the organization to, if the municipality front ends, so at this point, the tennis club has committed $13,000, that the remaining component, so if the agreement was $32,500, that we would allow the organization to pay that back over a period of time. So I just offer that as a potential solution. It has been effective with some well-established community organizations before, and it does give them some time and capacity to raise or to pay back those funds as it would be drawn from the reserve. So I only offer that as a potential solution.
No, thank you. So that is another potential motion to put on the floor in regards to this item. Did you have any other further comments before we move forward? Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through to my colleagues, I agree completely with the deputy's comments and your comments. I mean, this is a discussion about the township's services as a whole. But we made a point to have a discussion that backdropped this entire conversation, that best case scenario next year, we're going to have a $500,000 hit to our budget next year because best case, because of the events of the storm. So my question before we did that was, is that going to affect this budget? And it appears to me that it's not. So I just want that to be made clear. We have this backdrop now that there's going to be a there's going to be a set of financial pains that are associated with the storm that just occurred, and we are making decisions by putting that in a box, which is fine. I understand that, but I just want that point to be made. But I definitely agree, this isn't a Ward 3 versus Ward 1 issue. I support your residents asking, and I think that's part of the democratic process. And I just happen to be on the other side of the fence for this particular issue.
Councillor Bart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. 1.75 to build something that seems like a fairly round number. What if we put the $20,000 difference towards the light and made that 1.73?
I don't know if that's an option. That
Okay, I don't know.
That would be because, you know, that would be, maybe Dylan could answer that better, or CO Ben. So I don't want it. It's not Lego where we can just pull something out and stick it here. Not necessarily, but I'm looking for the experts' advice on this.
I would just come back, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Bart's question and say it comes from reserve. So we're going through design, and then following the design, those cost estimates will be revisited, and we'll revisit the projects in 2026. So it really doesn't have a material impact because it's all coming to and from the reserve.
Okay, so do we have a mover and a seconder for what motion is on the floor? In favor is what's on the floor now, and I'm just asking, is somebody saying something different, or are we just going to vote on that now, the motion as it stands?
Versus what? Clark amendment.
Mayor Greenlaw, we do have a draft motion based on what we heard from some of the discussion, which was the split. We could change that to be as outlined in the attachment. So you would vote as what's on the attachment, and if council wanted to do something different than that, would be.
Okay. So, is everyone fine with voting on it as it's on the attachment now? Okay. Yeah, so what was in the original presentation and the ask and the split, that is what we're voting on, to agree, accept that, agree with it, or not? Yes. Today, with what's on the screen.
Outlined as amended? Outlined as amended.
I know, that's why I asked her.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move that down just in case it doesn't go. And then I've got it.
Councillor Young, it's up there on the screen too. Okay.
What's that written on your forehead?
In March 27th. Oh my God, can I go? March 27th? Yeah.
The pertinent component, Councillor Young, is in the top, in the rectangle
29?
box with the splits,
Which is
the
today.
5213. Okay? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, do you want to read the motion
And this
or
needs to be amended.
do you want to
again,
just?
right? Just cut that.
Okay. We'll vote on it, and then it will all get rolled up in the final motion when everything's together, okay? So whoever's all in favor of what's on the screen, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Against? That is carried. That's a unique way of getting there from, but it's all good. So, okay. Yes, go
Can
ahead.
I just mention something here?
Sure.
I liked what CEO Benz mentioned about this is not set in concrete. It can be altered or amended. Correct that they would eventually, over a period of years, pay. Is that what I understand?
What's voted on?
I know. No, I get that, but okay, we'll leave it at that. Then.
Okay. No, fair enough. Okay, so the only other thing we have to work out the detail on is C, so I'll remove myself while you guys can have fun with that. So I'll hand the chair now back over to Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
fellow members of council. Okay, so we have before us the amended schedule, or attachment, excuse me, C, for which we could vote, or for which, do we have a motion for it that we could discuss perhaps?
Just as attached, but I need a mover and a seconder.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Clark.
Sorry, Councillor Hutchison.
As a mover, Councillor
Clark.
Clark, I think, as a seconder. Would you prefer that we have a discussion first, or would you prefer that?
Sure, and it
okay.
really is, the motion is just
as written.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion on the table as documented presently? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. When we're looking at the budget, I think we should be, looking at it as an entirety. This is a very, very small subset of the operating budget as a whole. I don't have the figures here, but it's tiny. $44,000 out of a $285,000 is $285,000 is approximately 1%. So we're talking about $44,000. So, the question that I would ask to my colleagues here is there an organization here that provides service to our community that possibly in a 1 year shortened period of time deserves an outsized source of funding? We've been asked by that by one of our organizations. I think when they gave the presentation in January, there was a change in the number of beds that they were going from 5 to 8, if I recall correctly. So there's obviously an enhanced service that's being provided to our community members. I think it's worthwhile for us to have the discussion. I'm not suggesting that we should just give them the $30,000 and call it a day, but I'm saying now is the time for us as members of this council to show to the public what our priorities are. This doesn't have a large effect on the property tax bill of our residents, but for a number of members or a number of families in our community, that increase of service from 5 to 8 beds could mean that they have the ability to have their loved one close by versus having to travel to one of the other ones that's not as close to their home. And I think, the value in that is incalculable. So I just wanted to open the floor with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Any comments with regard to that? Councillor Young?
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Clark there, and I'm trying to recall where that was, Councillor. I know we were advised of it, but I just can't recall where it is right now. But again, I'm totally in agreement, given the mandate or what these people do to for the benefit of those that attend and for their families. So.
I think staff, feel free to correct me if I may, Deputy.
Please.
It's located in Severn, but it is very close to Orillia Mall. But technically, it is in Severn, I think. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my question, perhaps, and part of it is a comment, I suppose. We would be free to revisit this matter at any time between now and when we next deliberate the budget. Would that be correct?
Through you, Deputy, yes, you would be. We'd need to consider where the funding would come from. I mean, it could be revisited during a variance. If we're tracking a favorable variance, there may be that opportunity to introduce something new at that point. It would just be that the funding may not necessarily be there, so we would have to get direction of council to do it as an overrun, essentially, to the budget.
Right. But we are, as council, empowered to do such a thing as we consider necessary, regardless. So if we were perhaps to work our way through this interim period of uncertainty and come out in a couple of months and then reconsider that, we could do so. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, just for some clarity, the funds that we're talking about here are not in reserve. These are funds that are attached to the tax levy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bard?
Thank you, Deputy. So we haven't really added or subtracted any cost to the budgets that's presented except for the removal of 28,000 and change from NBCA. So that 28,000 could be put, or part of that could be put in here, and we wouldn't really be changing the budget.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchison?
Through you, thank you, Councillor Bard, for bringing that up. I do think traditionally in the past we've left a bit of wiggle room in the budget in case another ask comes sometime through the year. I just wonder, perhaps there could be some confirmation of that, because I'm wondering, you know, how do we or can we address an additional ask that may come to us?
If I could, Deputy, through to Councillor Hutchison, there's a number of ways to do that. As I mentioned, you could do it as an overrun. You could do that as part of the variance, having an understanding of where we're tracking. The other alternative may be to take the 28,794 that council had reduced and put it into the, or direct it to the budget stabilization reserve. That is there to deal with some uncertainty of cost. We've talked a lot about that. And then if there was something that came forward or there was that direction of council, you could draw from the budget stabilization reserve.
Thank you very much. Excellent suggestion. Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Deputy. Am I to assume that in this budget we are eliminating items L, M, N, and O? We talked about it, but I don't think it's come on the floor since.
As the spreadsheet is presented, there are no monies allocated for the approval amount of 2025, so that would be correct.
Yes.
Good,
yes,
thanks.
Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The as allocated in the pink column, it totals 44,000, which is the amount that has been put in for grants.
And subsidies.
And subsidies, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did want to ask a further question, perhaps with regard to the tracking of the budget. We did talk about quarterly updates. Would we be in a position to be able to do that in this upcoming budget year? I know that might be a...
Yeah, thanks for the question, Deputy. We're hoping to be in a position to do that for mid-year with the conversion of the GLs. So that would likely come to council for end of August, beginning of September, with that kind of mid-year projection. And but it would be contingent on the GL conversion. But that's what we're anticipating is at mid-year, sometime end of August into September.
Okay, thank you very much. So that will give us an opportunity to look at the operating budget / levy component at that time and assess whether or not we could withdraw the money that you're saying we could use for a stabilization purpose, given that we may have that money available at that time. Thank you. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. We're talking about this $30,000, and I don't think those people watching are aware of what we're talking about. It's a hospice from 5 beds to 7 beds, and where people go to spend the last days of their life, I guess, given their terminal illnesses. So that's what we're talking about. It's a hospice.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Further commentary? Okay, seeing none, perhaps, does anybody have a motion to put forward or any suggestion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to the floor. It sounds to me as though your preference, Deputy Mayor, would be to use that $28,000 and save it in the that sounds to me what I'm hearing from your preference.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay.
I would prefer to hold the money for the time being until such time as we can assess where the budget is headed. But I'm certainly open in the future, which we have the right to do, to take a look at the budget and see where we stand with regard to the status of the budget in terms of budget variance in 3 or 4 months, 5 months' time.
Okay. Appreciate that, and I welcome the opportunity to do that. I would say that to Councillor Hutchinson's comment about waiting for other people to ask for things, I mean, for most organizations, we are well beyond their budget, so they've already made their asks for the most part. That would be an emergency situation, I would guess. And I would have trouble supporting an emergency situation because there's already organizations that have taken time to ask for it. So my consideration would be, I'm okay with the Deputy Mayor's suggestion or preference for putting the funds into a stabilization reserve fund. But I think we should give priority and preference to the individuals or the organizations that are on the list currently.
I absolutely agree with that perspective. Councillor Young.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think I quoted David as saying 5 to 7, I think it was 5 to 8 beds. Yeah, I'll just correct that. It's 5 to 8 beds in the hospice.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, Councillor Clark.
Councillor Bard would like to correct me. He believes it's 6 to 10 beds. So clearly clearly someone should get their facts straight, myself included.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we should, yes, sorry.
If I could, Deputy, so just for clarity, then there's consensus on what's before you on the table. And then there was discussion about the 28,794 for the Cat 3 NVCA that would be directed to the budget stabilization reserve. Okay, I'm seeing heads nod, so we're clear on our direction.
Thank you.
If the mayor can return, then we'll come back to the resolution for the adoption of the budget, and maybe if we could take a 5-minute recess just so that staff can capture those adjustments.
Did we want to do Schedule C or just leave it general?
We should vote on Schedule C.
Schedule C, yes.
Correct.
Before the mayor returns.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we vote on Schedule C as presented.
Yep.
And then when the mayor returns, we will vote on the component that goes to the stabilization budget.
And that was moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark.
Right. Thank you.
You may call the vote.
All those in favor of Schedule C? That motion is passed. Thank you. Thank you all, everyone, and if someone could retrieve the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bard.
Do the whole draft of this.
Well, you know.
Just want to make sure there's nothing.
We're on the home stretch. Mr. Benz.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. If I could suggest maybe a 5-minute recess just to give staff the time to complete the final resolution that would capture the changes.
No, perfect. Okay, so we'll take we'll reconvene just before 6 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back. Could we have a motion for 6A, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that FI 2025-06, Shannon Johnson, Director, Finance CFO, and Matthew Samurda, Supervisor, Asset Management, RE 2025-2026, Budget Operating and Capital Budget be received and adopted. Draft operating and capital budget. That the 2025 and 2026 grants and subsidies be approved as directed by Council and included in the final approved 2025 and 2026 budget. That Council approved the 2025 and 2026 operating and capital budgets as presented on April 29th, 2025, with an amendment to remove the 2025 allocation of $28,794 associated with Category 3 services of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, and that the allocation of $28,798 be directed to the Budget Contingency Reserve, that the bylaw be brought forward to establish the 2025 tax rate.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, would you like unanimous on that?
Yes, that would be nice.
Okay,
That'd be a nice touch, I think. Shannon asked for that, actually, I believe. So, and can we have a motion for the confirmation bylaw, please? Well, you can vote.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-041, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried, and the deputy mayor asked if he could make a quick comment.
It will be quick. I just wanted to thank finance staff and the rest of staff who contributed to this budget for the very, very extensive amount of work that had to be done to restore the general ledgers and all of the other information necessary for us to understand the financial position of this corporation. It's been very important, and I know it's taking a long time, but I know the job has been very thorough and very professional, and I know that you've had some very inclement weather in which to fulfill your responsibilities. So on behalf of us all, I think, thank you very much.
No, and thank you, and we all, Councillor Hutchinson. I will speak last so everyone else can make the thunder.
Thank you. And I will agree with the deputy mayor, but I also just wanted to speak to the fact that as a council, I was very pleased to see that we had what I can call positive discourse, difference of opinions, thoughts and ideas, and we were all very open to listening to each other, respectful of each other, and we're in a world right now of very divisive political discourse, and I think I'm very proud that we can sit around this table and show that level of respect for each other and get to good, solid decisions for our community. So I just wanted to say that.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the finance staff, I echo Deputy Mayor Lavoie's comments. This was a very, I'm gonna say it, enjoyable budget process. So much so that I'm excited to do it again in 6 months. So thank you all for the incredible hard work. I think you presented the budget, from the very original meeting in a way that helped everyone understand why the decisions were made, what it means for the general taxpayer, and helping them to connect the dots as to where their money is actually going to and what the services that they get and are provided. So thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a personal comment. When I first, I guess it was the first council meeting that I attended here, and there was a vote, you know, and I can tell you how refreshing it was, and I can honestly say that, to see there was a difference of opinion, difference of votes amongst us, comparatively speaking, and again, just echo Lori's comments here. Again, it was nice here today, as much disagreement as there was, and that again, and different opinions of voting, and it was just, again, refreshing to see that, and knowing that we all are independent voters here, and convey our thoughts, what we believe in, and so.
No, thank you. Those comments. Councillor Schell.
I'll keep it really short. Thanks.
Can you do that in less words, Councillor Bard? No. You know what? And it's great to see that. Like, each and every one of you at the Horseshoe should be proud of yourselves. You know, we're passionate about our job. We respect our constituents and really enjoy working together. You're right. We're going to have a differencing of opinion, but that's a democratic process, and everyone's been very professional. And we realize we're actually walking the talk that you're not going to win every vote, but when the vote's over, it's water under the bridge, and let's move forward as a group. And as Deputy Mayor once again beats me to the thank you, but not just the finance team, which has done an amazing job, but all the staff, because this is a collective effort of all departments that rolls this up. And it, you know what, you know, we pass a 2-year budget, so we don't have to do them as often. Councillor Clark says 6 months. It's actually 7.5 months. So don't rush Shannon too much. But anyways, thank you all for everything you've done. It's a pleasure to sit in these meetings and see the level of professionalism and respect for one another we all have. And CAO Benz.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and thank all of council for the comments. I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on behalf of your staff team, and the spirit and theme of collaboration is really kind of what got us to where we are. And there's been disagreements in terms of, you know, what's being put forward in terms of capital projects and priorities with staff. And I think what we're seeing today is really the result of collaboration of input from the community, input from various levels of the organization, and yourselves as council. So thank you from your staff team for support in what's put forward, and onwards with putting things into action. So we look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
My motion got delayed. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 6:08 p.m.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? None? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone at home. And that was